Hello, guys. Tomorrow I'm going away, so uh, this is my last opportunity to make a video for you, and I'm gonna use this opportunity. So stick around, and let's try to have a good session, and we will get one more table, at least on the wait list, and okay, and yep, that's it. Let's go. Let's go. King Jack. We gonna ISO. I have add myself on the wait list of other tables. Okay, we're gonna check. Two-thirds on the river. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I hope we'll make it 4 tables soon. Guys, I have big plans when I get back. Um, when I get back in 2 weeks, I plan to heavy attack to make like a heavy attack uh, on playing, working, studying, and I ask you to join me in that way in that path. Uh, if you didn't join the Discord, we arrange and we will arrange it even more when I get back. Study sessions through Skype together, practicing in solvers, uh, discussing about strategy, about pool exploits, about things that we can do and get away with it. And I plan to do it even more, and I plan to play really a lot, and I'm plan to make good content. And I ask you to join me in that way, that I don't be alone in all of this. Give me more motivation for doing it. If you like this, if you think that is a good road to go, let me know, please. And yeah, third table is here. One more to go, guys, and we can start. Table number 2, opening 8-8. Queen 8. We are folding. 9-10 suited. We're gonna ISO again. 9-10 suited is a lot worse than hand like a king jack off, even queen jack off, because they will call this ISO with a hand like a king 10 off, queen 10 off, queen 9 off, jack 9 off, and we will have more dominated hands. So generally you don't want to ISO hands like suited connectors, hands like 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9. It is really good hands to play, but here's the problem. When you isolate weaker players, you don't have fold equity, and you actually will be dominated by their calling range. So even this hands looks good. It's way better to have a ace X off, or good king like a king jack off, or queen jack off, or ace 9 off. These hands will be way better Then, unfortunately, really pretty hands. I really like 6-7 suited, 4-5 suited. I enjoy playing these hands. I think they're really good for board coverage. I basically always call forward with them, but generally in this spot they're not that great. We are opening 8-9 suited, table number 1, and calling on table number 3, 8-5. Do 7-8, we're gonna bet small, 1/4 in a multi-way pot. Let's see his calling range on the multi-way. 32 is his overcall range, so he will be pretty wide, too wide actually. He goes with the check raise. His first check raise, we have an easy call. Generally, he has really wide value range. We're gonna raise. We're gonna check table number 3. We are raising to pot shove the river. His c-bet is 89, but his check fold is 25. That means he's c-betting every possible bluff on the flop. But he had now jack 10, so he is probably mixing it up. His check fold is, so when he checks in position, he folds on the step on the turn only like 20%. So that is immediately indication that he has a hands that can easily call a step. So he has to have, especially when he like checks ace xx, he has to have hands in that spot that can easily call. So when you ever see a reg that's doing that with high c-bet frequency and low check fold, that is immediately the indication that he has a lot bluffs in the c-bet range, but a lot strong or medium hands in a check call range. So his c-bet range will be way bluffier than than normal. We're gonna check ace queen on the flop. We are checking a decent amount here. Ace queen can go both ways. And now we will go delay with the overbet. 40, 25, 50, 75, 25 point. We're gonna go geometric. We actually going over it. We should go 22.4. 22.4. So we basically want to step or delay with the size that we have a pot shove on the turn. So that is our goal. Pot shove on the river. Okay. I'm gonna check behind ace jack with the jack of diamond. Generally, hand we want to mainly bet, but it's also cool to have it in a check range that you don't have like really weak hands. And we're gonna go around this. I think it's fine. He shows a king 10 and folds. Against a guy that didn't open once, we will be willing to fold the hand. Even pretty like a king queen off. We need one more table, guys, also. And we found it. We have it on the Super Sport. If not, if we have it on the Super Sport, so we will just put a Super Sport there. One table. It's NL200, but still looks more of like NL2 than NL200. So and we're following there. So we're gonna definitely put it there. We're gonna three bet to 12.6. 12.6. Okay. And we're gonna open 5. We're gonna ISO now 5x. We did 6x when this guy called. We can go 5. We can go 5 or 6, I think. Both is okay, and we're gonna check this monotone board. Gonna try to get to the showdown. Jack 9, he didn't try. Nothing. Our hand is too good to bluff. Too weak to bet. Pretty much in trying to get to the showdown. And yeah, that's all we can do. We're gonna do this. Suddenly we get a lot of tables on the wait lists. I think we're gonna stay like this. I have one more on the right side, on my right screen, other monitor, and I'm gonna just stay like that. Usually, what I like to do, I put Super Sport there and stars here so it doesn't mix, because I don't know why, but I don't like it when it's mixed. Don't like it. Uh, we're gonna bet here with our Jack 4. We're gonna use a little bigger sizing. Not the place with the 1/3, because it's obvious we're gonna still have a check range there. Hands like pocket fives don't want to bet, pocket fours, pocket sevens doesn't want to bet. So with these hands, we don't want to bet hand like let's say queen eight. It's not like super good bet. So we're going to have a bet range and a check range. We're betting, I would say, around 50%, 50 to 60, maybe around 60 actually, because all hands like king, queen, 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 jack, king 7, queen 7, king 5, all of these hands like ace 7, ace 5, all of these hands actually want to bet, but we still have I would say like around 60, maybe 65% actually betting range. Jack 4 is also, I think, in that with the backdoor. Looks like it wants to bet, and my size, I think it's like 2/3 is my size of use. Okay, we 4-betted, we get the 10 deuce 3. I would say good board for us. Basically we're losing from, he shouldn't be having kings, he can still play with aces, so we're only like afraid of tens, which are definitely always in his range. We're gonna go good old b20. They have problems playing against that size. They tend to fast play their overpairs, and they don't defend it properly. Now 1/3. They are raising pocket jacks, so his range looks like nines, eights, pocket nines, pocket eights. This is not great, we're calling, but weaker player probably fish that is, we don't know, but probably a fish. First, I didn't ever play with him, and second, he's not a full stack, so probably a fish. Squeezes against the UTG range, hmm, and overbet shoves, so we definitely know it is a fish. He can easily have overpair there, play like this, and he would get called basically by this because his strategy is, I mean, really, really bad. You don't want to overbet jam ever. But he did pocket jacks, so our king queen is actually doing okay. King queen is doing okay. But generally, when they squeeze against the UTG, it's not a good spot to be. When fish is doing that, okay, against an aggressive fish, it is good. We can even 4-bet the hand. But against like an average fish, definitely a spot where, yeah, we are not thrilled with our hand, but still we are gonna call king queen suited. And Jack 7, I'm gonna fold against guy that opened 36%. So 10, 7, 8. We gonna go like this. I can overbet, but against a fish, I will use this size because their checking range is bad. And if I were bet, I just play into their hand because uh, when their checking range is bad, like whatever size, lower size we use, they will have trouble defending it. But if we go an overbet, we actually just let them just fold a lot of their even still weak range. So it's better to go uh, smaller in that spot and against the reg that is balancing his range, that is careful about his range. Against the reg, we want to do against the reg, we actually want to do uh, a overbet stab or a small like 1/4 block. Both has sense because with block we're gonna do bet a lot of middle pairs like weak 10x hands, so we just have to balance our block with strong hands. 7-10 fits into that category, so I don't mind to go 1/3 also, but I decide because of the fish I want to go with bigger size. Generally against the fish there is no need to balance, and one important thing, guys, there is no need to balance against weak regs and average regs because they can't exploit you if you're unbalanced. Good regs, you want to be against like best players on your limit, you want to be super balanced, super careful about your range. But against like weak regs and average regs, why would you need to like be careful of protecting your range at all costs? Like protect like to be super careful in this, but you're only careful if you can be punished, and if they can't punish you, you don't need to be careful. Plain and simple. Against this guy, we want to play exploitable as possible. I have one interesting hand other session where I had the top full, and the I had a top full, but generally I will never have a really strong hand in that spot. And I had it this time, but generally it's really bad. It was really bad turn for me, and I checked, and he actually bet 2/3, and I just saw that guy had aggression of 24, 25, around 24, 25, maybe 27. I'm not sure, but like in really low region, and he stepped that turn, and I immediately understood that there's no way he's gonna ever have a bluffing range, and he used a big size, and like generally in that spot, it is like non-brainer to just call. But against these guys, you just want to jam. Like he bets, and you just jam with the top full that is uh, unvulnerable, basically, and yeah. Yeah, actually, that's the way to go. Actually, that's the way you want to play against them. Because if you are balanced in that spot, uh, they don't bet thin enough, and a lot of turns or a lot of rivers uh, can just uh, like kill the action. That's the problem when they not don't value bet thin. That's like the biggest problem of all. And against these players, just play exploitably as possible. Identify the spots there. Just won't have bluffs, and just fast play in that situations. Clear check back against with nines. We're gonna win against pocket pairs. We don't want to turn it into bluff, and okay, and I'll try to find one more table, guys. Seems that we are getting it braked. King 8, we're gonna open. Until then, we're gonna add a super sport where we had pocket sixes. And let's say deuce jack, how the guy played, called, okay, played it good. This guy didn't bluff with a king 10. So all seems okay. We're gonna check a board on multi-way pot. Probably want to check range. It is 5-way, 5 max, 2 flop. And now we're gonna start betting. We are just thinking about which size we want to pick. We'll use 2/3. We're not gonna go like balanced 1/4. A lot of hands that we want to bet like weak Jack X hands. The range is super wide. We have it, and we're gonna bet bigger size on the flop with 5 people. Like our range can be a favorite, so we don't have, we are not just allowed to have a betting range in this situation against 4 people. Whichever range we use against 5 people, it will not be favorable on it will not be equity favorite on any possible board. So we just have to, with 5 people, have a check range on the flop. On that, especially like these like lower boards, and yep, start from there. So we are starting basically from the turn, and on the turn we're just thinking which size we want to use, and I decided with a bigger size. Generally against the regs, you want to bet 25% in a multi-way pot. And we are polarized here on the King Jack 5. And we bet big size or check. And we did bet bigger size. Our hands can also go as a check. We want to have also this type of hands as a check. So it's not like we are betting it always. Whenever the c-bet frequency is lower, you want to have all possible hands. It's basically mixed strategy between most of your betting hands. For example, on this board, King Queen, King Jack 5, or like King 10 or Queen 10, these like two Broadway drawy boards. Your strategy will be polarized. That means you're going to use a big size on the flop, and your betting range will be uh, protected. So you're going to basically always check sets. So kings and jacks will always go into the checking range. You're gonna bet your always you're gonna bet, or most of the time you're gonna bet your really good hands but vulnerable hands like ace king, king queen. You want to bet them always. You want to also bet always two pairs, and you protect your check range basically with lower king x hands, with the jack x hands, and with your sets. You're then protecting pocket queens, pocket tens, pocket nines, hands like a jack 10, and that is way when you're playing polarized strategy. The size you're using in this polarized will be around 82. I personally use 82%. Okay, and we have the new table ready also on the stars. uh, I'm going to use bigger sizes as my delay, and we're going to bet it on the river with the 2/3. Polarized strategy is mostly used on the lower c-bet frequency boards. I just gave you example of like the boards that really love polarization, but also one board that loves polarization is ace king, like ace king low. So ace king deuce, ace king 3, ace king 4, even from the big blind and always from the small blind, uh, prefers polarization. It is lower c-bet frequency. Uh, it's counterintuitive, but it has really a lot of logic. Um, and you actually are using 82% size, and you can even go pot, and your c-bet frequency will be around 40%. And people played today as a bet range with 1/3, and that's not the greatest strategy, because when you bet 1/3 and you get called, you're gonna massively have a check range in that situation, and you don't want to play it like that. You actually want to put immediately pressure on the flop and immediately protect your check range. Because on the ace king 4 you have majority of under pairs to a king, which goes from basically fives through queens, because you're going to tribute pocket 5 small blind versus button. Pocket sixes are basically, I tribute it always, uh, but it's higher frequency of tribet. Sevens basically always. So definitely spot where people play it wrong. The guy tributes with the small and goes with the check call. Generally their checking range is weak. But here it can be that he's trapping. But to me, like pocket jacks has a lot of sense played like this. So I'm gonna check pocket sixes. Okay. So he tribet against the UTG. On the big blind, hand that should never be a tribet. Gonna go bigger, 598. We're folding the river. We're opening ace 9 off. We're getting jammed on with pocket eights. Call with the jack 3 4. Let's see. Small. This is small versus big blind pop up. So we see he's betting 60%. Check folding only 27. So he check calls the rest. He will not be check raising here very often. We're gonna go with the bet. With a bet. A lot of 10x is connected with his c-bet the flop. Hands like a queen 10, king 10, 9 10, ace 10. Will be always betting, always check calling. And actually, when we think about our range, we have a lot of floats. We're gonna float queen 9, we're gonna float hand like a 5 6 6 7. So it's a mandatory bet on the river. We're gonna go bigger size against him. Here I wouldn't actually have like a lot of overbets because I just think a lot of our Jack X hands and majority of our range is actually Jack X. So we need to build our strategy about majority of our range, and I wouldn't have a lot of overbets in this situation. I would just protect like my Jack X hands because they are majority of our betting range on the river. We are called with ace queen with because I think we there's just a lot of draws basically, and here's interesting spot. Generally we want to check, but we have a really passive fish behind us, so do we want to check there is a question. I'm gonna do it because the board prefers checking and we still low sample, but generally when you see player like this that will not step frequently, then I'm gonna go with the check raise. I think we just want to put money now because it's pretty hard to have anything there on bet turn. And I'm gonna go 1/3 on this turn. We still want to get value from pairs, from 7x, from 8, 9, and yeah, usually when they have a flush or a straight, they will just go raise, and we're gonna fold kings. But I would also do it here with the flush, with the set, because weaker player just immediately they will not think about anything. They will just think about their hand, and they will immediately fast play. So we have I prefer to bet the turn or to check all the turn because if they will immediately show the strength of their hand, why would you go with a check and be in the no man's land? You basically don't know what is going on. He can step 7x, he can step 9x, he can step a flush, a two pair. But when you like bet 1/3, and I think that's the size you want to do with like all of your hands, because this turn is actually favorable for him. We have to be honest. It's going to be favorable for him because he will have in a flatting range pretty much like most of the suited hands. So it's going to hit him better. He's going to have more flushes, and basically we have to accept that. And we if we want to continue on the turn, and we need to just do it with the size, a lower size, the size that we actually used. And this is the exploit. When you're thinking about like GTO element of it, uh, you actually when it's turned like significantly good or significantly better for one opponent, like from imposition in this situation, you do a lot of checking. But here you just exploitably play and play it as a bet because against this small bet they will be just face up. Like uh, fish and weaker players, they are not balanced. They don't want to be balanced. They just want to play their hand, and they mostly will do it like that. And that's why we want to exploit that fact. We're gonna go small. I think it's a way to go on the Jack 5. Now, actually, this hand prefers to check behind, but against passive fish with checking behind, we actually just he's not gonna stab enough bluffs that our hand is good as a check back. So immediately when that is the case, we want to If he's not check raising the GTO element, so if he's like check raising here, let's say 5% instead of like 12 to 13%, then we actually want to bet everything. And he's maybe check raising 3%, then value of betting goes even higher. So yeah, we just want to bet. Jack 10 we're calling ace 3 4 against around 7% of hands. That's gonna mean we're gonna be around nines plus ace king, suited broadways, king jack, queen jack, some ace 5 and ace 4. It's gonna hit him good, and he checks. We don't have threes and fours, so he should be betting quite often here because threes and fours against 7%, it's not a call. Fours is like small percentage of call, but against him I would fold pocket four. So he should be betting a lot. He's not. His CBET is 64. He has like a queen jack on ace XX board. He would be betting for sure, I would say. So he in this line when he's delay but I would say he's gonna leg bluffs in this spot when you think about this 7%. Only hands is like king queen and he doesn't have it off. So king queen and queen jack and hand like a king 10. King jack are his only unpaired hands. So I would say that he's gonna bet all of these hands. And let's see, actually, his delay C bet 33%. We don't have sample, but I think you see like these hands, like ace king on 6 8 10. So for sure, a hand like a queen jack with such a significant blocker wouldn't be going into delay range. It would go into the C bet range, and then when you think about it, he's gonna mostly have it. On a delay, he can like delay queens and kings. It's not like other a6 that he didn't see, but we are tributing 30. We're calling a shot. He's now opening 10x. When he's on tilt, he opens like that. And this guy is. We need to give 110 to win. Let's see. So we need to give 110 to win 290. We are basically committed 10 to win 190. 37 we're gonna call. He just decided pocket fives are too good not to get it in. This his double check fold. So he check folds actually really low, and he will still have top pairs in the range and even slow plays. So I'm gonna check behind once more. And I'm gonna really bet now. I would say it's gonna be mostly one straight hand, and we just want to think how we want to get that one street that we can get, where we want to get it, and how we can get it. And that's it, because against this guy that's gonna have in like double check range a lot of still like medium to strong hands, are like worst top pair can, yeah, can just get one street. We are calling Jack 10 suited against 19%. So we see all suited aces, pocket fives plus. So he's gonna have King Jack or Queen. He's gonna have the range, appropriate range, good range. Here we can go one third or go half. Think it's both is okay. And I'm gonna actually go one third now, because now I think we will not get check raised. If he's like slow playing aces and kings, he will just slow play it on the turn, because the deuce is favorable for us now. And yep, we're gonna have more flush draws in stabbing range that he's gonna have in the check call range. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Because he will bet this 10xx flop with like 60%, so not not like decent c-bet frequency, around 60% he will bet it. So a lot of flush draws gonna bet the flop, and whenever that is the case, when we stab and get check called, we're gonna just continue there. And our hand needs protection, still wants to get value from worse pairs, so definitely a bet on the turn. And the good thing is we're not going to be faced a check raise that often, and even if we would, it would be sign of significant strength that is lacking bluffs on that run out. Because on the 10xx board, ace king with a blocker is going to be majority in a betting range. With the ace king, you block you block ace 10 and a king 10, and ace king, and also ace queen actually prefers betting on the 10xx there. And ace jack is a hand that's actually not that great as a bet, but king queen, ace king, and ace queen will be betting. So I don't see like which hand can suddenly check raise if it's not that overpair that check call. But if you're just check raising with this overpair on a step turn on a third flush, then your check call range on the turn will be significantly weaker, and we can just value jam 10x on the river. That's the first thing. And the other thing is we can bluff monstrously, because we know you're not gonna ever have this like strong overpairs in the range. So he will be protected there. He's a decent player, so he will not gonna just he will just know the spot, and he will just continue a lot of calling with these overpairs. We faced a really big 3-bet size, and it's annoyingly big size, and we don't have a much of a calling range there. When we go like that, it's almost 4x in position. Against a 4x in position, you actually don't want to call any hands, so we're going to play mostly 4-bet or 4-bet or fold strategy. Against the UTG, we will be folding, and we face a jam. He cashed out, so he doesn't care. This guy is using this cash out option all the time, so the guy doesn't care. Whatever is on the flop, turn, river, he doesn't care. I'm just not sure, is he aware that this cash out option is not free? You basically pay a fee and you play poker. So I don't see like any logic why would you want to use it. You're playing poker, so you're gonna sometimes run bad, sometimes run good. So just taking a payout cash out with your equity and paying a fee for it doesn't look something that has logic to me. We are calling basically half of our ace jacks and three betting other half. Also spot, it's not a high frequency bet. Ace jack can go also both way. Against the overc bet it can definitely be a raising position. The problem is that we don't have pocket eights, pocket tens. So our value range is king 8 off that we're going to have, 8 and off that we're going to have, king 10 off that we're going to have, but we're not going to have any nuts basically. We're going to just have two pairs. Just clear check behind. Clear check behind. We have a lot of first hand going to bluff. And we're going to go B150. Again, we are faced with 10x. I mean, it's basically 5x here is in the it's not in the big blinds, it's in the euros. So it's 5x open. Border we have a heavy range advantage on ace queen 8 against 54%, so he's gonna have king 8 off, jack 8 off. Turn we check, we're gonna check here weak ace x hands. We're gonna sometimes slow play hand like queens, hand like ace 8 or ace 7. We can also go with the check raise. 62, he stepped the turn. This guy is really equity stabbing. He don't value bet king 9, guys. He doesn't value bet king 9 and he gives us the free pass there. One thing we can say is thank you, because we are calling the river. And also I have really good new strategy that I've been using for last 2 weeks, and it's really good. We've used it in our previous video that I speak about it, but briefly. It is the strategy of check raising against delay c bets with geometrical size. So when he delays and you know he's capped and he will not gonna have the nuts. And you can have the nuts, or you can have the blockers, or you can have a draw. Just punishing like this strategy, and I'm gonna go with the check. It is low c-bit frequency board. 910 prefers a bet, but we can put it in a check raise. Now we're using a big overbet delay 24. Definitely not the rule we want to see. We are blocking ace 9 and ace 10 that can um, And we saw that he's medium heavy. Yep, I should have probably bluffed it. The problem is that we block these clubs. I think we just want to bluff here when we don't have the clubs. We want to bluff like a Jack 10 of hearts, mostly Jack 10 of hearts, Jack 10 of diamonds, Queen 10 of diamonds. This type of hands we want to bluff. Because here we are blocking the flow of the faults, and we're actually heavy blocking the faults. Hand like a King 10, Queen 10 of clubs, King 9 of clubs. So we're blocking these hands, and then he's gonna mostly. And I think he can. We saw this his check he's checking versus Miss Sib at 89%. So we basically see that he did check. Basically, he's gonna have some middle pairs, but his checking range seems weak. So that's the problem. When I see like when I don't see a top pair there a lot, I think yeah, but it's just our hand is not great. And when this ace pairs, I just feel our fold equity is going down. And also with that overbet, we are also we are also forcing the like lower clubs to not call if they are not a combo draw. And this is his fault versus delay. It's high, so we just have to give him credit there. To maybe against us, he does check behind this like strong, like not strong, but like some sort of top pair, like a weak top pair on the flop, check behind. And when you see like he's checking, check versus Missy bet is 89, you just have to, even the we don't have it in sample, the hands are not showing that, but we just have to give him the credit that he is just checking it, these weak top pairs. He used the orbit here, which he can do. We need to fold this queen. I think he can do it with the over pairs without problems. So it's not like he's wrapping a set only, he can just do it with tens, jacks. I think he uses a bigger size on the flop. Yeah, so he can easily play like nines, tens, jacks, like that. 4-6 off. I think he's on super tilt now. We're just gonna bet normal. We're not gonna overbet here. With our 9-10. Ace King will try to show down. So he opened 5x. No, it was actually 10x with 4-6 off. And then he called a 3-bet out of position, 3.5 3-bet with 4-6 off. And then he of course called. He has to call the jam now. So it looks like a super tilt. I'll just jam against him. To use the fact that he's on the super tilt, calling the hands like that. And fold there. We're just gonna tilt him more. We just try to get him even more mad, because if he's letting his emotions, and he didn't get like, even he didn't receive any bad bid, but he lets they run super hot, and he basically just get used to getting like 10 buy-ins with super bad play, and when you don't get a full house any second hand or a flush or a set, then you go into tilt, and if you're going into tilt, it's on you. It's basically on you. And whenever that is the case, we're gonna just try to pound him as hard as we can. Because what is that game? You open 10x, 10x, 5x. That's not poker. King 4-9. I'm gonna go 1/3. Checking on table number 4 with our pocket fives. I'm gonna check behind. I think our hand is starting to become too straight, and I have to choose my straights. So we're gonna choose flop and river. Let's see his. Yes, you see like some top pair, but now it's better to think what we want to rep. Do we want to rep Queen X, or do we want to rep? I think we want to rep hand like a Queen X, basically. His razors bet is always a nuts. Okay, this guy is just not good. Um, and against me, he would never bluff because I call him a few times. I mean, he can bluff here, hand like ace 10 with 10 of diamond, but that hand can also check raise as a bluff on the flop. His check raise is 11. So using the ace blocker, where you block ace king and you have a backdoor flush and a backdoor flush and a backdoor straight, right, has sense. And this guy is not calling ace 9 off. That's the problem. So he's gonna be low on bluffs. And he also did never bluff raise anything ever. You see how it's always important to uh, put nuts in every size. You want to put the nuts into. We're calling here. So on the river, we have to put the nuts with our hand like a ace jack of diamonds. We're gonna go 1/3. We just have to jam. I would also bet some 10x on the turn to check behind on the river. The good news is that we are not blocking hands like ace 10 off as a bluff king jack off, but our hand is a fold on the flop. Super good board for him, and we just can't float with the gut shot without the backdoor draw here. So also ace queen off is in the range, so we have reverse implied there. Sometimes we just have to accept that it's not our board. We are meant to overfold on these type of boards. We are just meant to fold, and yep, that's it. We're just gonna do it. Fold on second table. Wait list on Super Sport is 5 people wait in on the wait list. Didn't happen for I didn't see that like for a long time. That 5 people is on the wait list on 1 in the morning by Croatian time. So basically, everybody is seeing what this guy is doing, and look at our table. We are against 5 fishes. We are against 5 fishes on NL 200. It doesn't happen that on a on any other site it doesn't happen ever, but on super sport most of my days around this like late hours around 1 a.m 2 a.m is like this. With our ace 10 we're gonna check fold. So he look at this guys. So he's tributing 310 off against the UTG. He's double barreling 310 off. This guy is calling with a queen 9. It was queen 9 suited, I think. I think this type of players needs to be punished because he was running like I didn't. It's only I've seen this run only in the super sport the way he did run last few days, and today he I think runs like normal. I didn't see like any baby, just like nothing special, and suddenly he's in monstrous tilt. Insane. This guy is creative. You have to admit, 8-9, put the bluff in a three-way or in a multi-way. Creative. He called 8-9 off against 5x against UTG Open. That's he checked behind it, then raised here, then decide, okay, I'm not good. What is this guy calling the raise here? Yep. He he did realize he's not good. We're gonna call with a pair and the backdoor draw, and he's betting here. He goes through 6 to 10. He doesn't have any ace for sure. He wouldn't go with any ace like that. He would go way more, way bigger. Nice turn. We're gonna bet small. I feel we are good. We can just give him opportunity to do something, and we will have a clear check behind. I mean, he can have hand like 5-9, something like that, but in general, I think we are good here. Jack 4, okay. He couldn't do nothing there. He couldn't do nothing because we wouldn't fold. I just know how he plays, and every ace sex that he had, he wouldn't squeeze from 6 to 10. Hand like at first it crossed my mind like hand like 5-9 suited, or he had Jack 4 suited. Because with this type of hands, he likes to squeeze. So this is his squeeze when he's tilted. You see King 5 suited, 3-8 off. When he's tilted, he goes like this. So definitely, I was feeling really good about my hand, and I used this small size also to give him the chance to do something because there was no way he can do anything. He could hit only the flush. But on the turn, if he jams, we call. If he raises, I would probably jam as a value jam because I was sure we are good. I mean, it sounds like insane, but against these players, it's just important how they play. There is no G from GTO when you play against these guys. I'm gonna check behind Queen 9. And this table will be break. He actually maybe he will also play heads up. We play a couple of times, but this guy will just leave, and we had a new table ready. Ace queen and ace king generally wants to bet the flop, so I think he would bet it. Also, hand like a king queen. So we have clear call there. And also his I mean our hand feels good as a shove, but this guy has actually really decent blocking range, and he can easily like play like this with jacks and tens. I'll actually fold against him because now, like we check behind queen, I will check behind flush draws here on this board. It's not like we're gonna bet all of them, so definitely has sense that we're gonna have it, that we're gonna have a flush also on the river. But this guy on the river, his block is, this is only from the heads up, but let's see here. I know that his block is actually decent. He puts like he puts the value there. Look how much value he's putting in the block. So against him, I'm actually not inclined to do it like I would against many other players, but against him, no, because I just know how on this spot, I think like his bluffs would be like hand like complete trash, like 6-7, the delayed, and now or hand like a 7-8, or maybe pocket like first pair in the bluff has sense. But I don't think he would bluff it the river with the block these hands, because let's see actually how much bluffs he has in the block. As you see, he rarely bluffs with the block, but puts a lot of top pair sets and two pair plus hands in it. So against him, I will just not do it. Even it's tempting because we can have 8-9, we can have king queen, we can have a check behind it diamond. So it looked. We'll bet against the guy that folds 75%. He will play just honest. He needs to. He will also fold hands like pairs, under pairs, pocket pairs like fours, fives. So against him, it's pretty face up. Interesting, interesting, really interesting. I will ask the guy what he had. I will actually ask him now. He's also on our Discord, and he's actually a really nice guy. We had a few discussions, and really, really nice guy. Oh wow, this guy is. Our hand is clearly stab, but this guy check call. Ace five, aces, jacks, or pairs. I guess this guy. I think we want to go polarized. I will ask him what he had. If he's here, he will, because it's pretty. To me, guys, it smells like pocket jacks or tens. If he is here, It just smells like value. I don't think flushes. I don't think flushes, but smells like. I just feel like he wouldn't fall to jam. That's all I'm gonna say. We're gonna check sevens. Okay, I sent the guy a message, so when he sees, he will answer us, and he will tell if I am right or not. But I would really, really. We're gonna turn trees into bluff. Check, 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 overbet. Hmm. He can overbet with like a good ace X or so in the river, or two pair. It's a line of triple check, so his value range will be wider. So the guys, the bet is that I'm like 95% sure I would get called. And Tudor will say if I were correct or not. But yeah, I just feel like that. Queen 8 up, we're gonna call against the many. Queen 10 8. I will actually write him here. Three bet here on table number one. We're falling to this bigger size. And we will see his check behind range on big blind versus small blind on the flop. So you see he has a lot of value checking behind, even two pairs. So when he step there, he can easily have like a good top pair, uh, or or even better than that. So against him, without the diamond, we're gonna fold. Folding there. The new table is on the Super Sport, it seems. We're gonna add ourselves there because and we gonna go. I'm gonna go actually big size. Maybe even no bet the turn. Yeah, I think I like a overbet on the turn to jam the river, to have a pot jam. Against these guys, we don't want to tribet 6-7 suited. We want to tribet linear. We want to tribet ace 10 off, king jack off, king queen off, but not hand like a 6-7 suited. Tudor said what he had, guys. So we're gonna bring back the hand. Which hand was that? He said he would fold on the shove. Let me find the hand. He had ace queen with clubs. Yeah, it complete has sense. But he said he would fold to a shove. The problem is that I would shove against most of guys. But I just know that he's really good balancing this blocking stuff. Like one of the rare opponents that has nice amount of. You just saw how much value he has, and he also used that block in a really good situations, like this situation. But I also expected a lot of ace queens or ace kings to bet the flop. Yeah, ace king more. Ace queen. I think perfect sense actually has the hand that he had. He played it good. Block on the river. He played it good. Queen 3, we're gonna fold. Ace 7, we're calling. Check. Until we know him, we have to fold. He's wrapping 10x the check behind the turn, which is, I don't think very likely, but we don't know him. We mark him as a weaker player, I'm not sure. As a weaker reg or average reg. So I'm not sure why. Because we don't have sample, so it has probably to do with the entities. Because I didn't ever play with him cash, so if I label him, I had to play something, and only possibility is MTT. So we played MTT against each other, and there I just label by the Sharscope. If Sharscope says he's an blue, I give blue. If Sharscope says he's purple, I give purple. Because I mean, you just can't get to know the pool on the MTTs. The pool is so big that you just can't get to know them. We have fold on the turn. His double barrel is only 29. He don't use orbit range that much also. He doesn't use this orbit range. We're gonna open here with our ace 5 suited. We're gonna bet flop with ace king 9, 62. We're gonna go small bet the turn. Pocket force. This small bet on the turn forces the pocket pairs, and it's highly effective. We're gonna go 3x. His bet versus Mr. and C bet is enormous. And we have a clear call on the shop. And this guy is like super tight. Against him, I just don't like it. The hand is like clear call always. He should be floating all of, or like all ace 10, ace jack, ace queen of the club, queen of the club. He just can't fold ever here. But look at his aggression. Like look at this. I mean, we just have to call it because it's always a call, but in a heads up, it's just always a call. I actually wanted to fold against this guy. He doesn't, he had like one bluff in this line after betting turn. I really wanted to fold against him. But a king queen is way, way up high in the range to fold. We'll have all of the under pairs. And it's heads up. Our range is 22%. His range is calling over 30, 31, 32%. So he needs to call there ace 8 with the club. He needs to call ace 5 with the club. He needs to call ace 9, ace jack, ace queen, jack of clubs, queen of clubs. We also unblock the hearts. Yeah, but I think basically we just can't fold. Even like these guys, I was close to folding only against this like on guy that's basically bad against him. I actually thought about folding it. I guess the passive guys, I think, like this. We're gonna go check, 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 raise river. And he's following the ace 9 two times. I just think ace nine is always a bet on the flop, or most often a bet on the flop. But on the turn, I mean, you want to bet the flop, I would say. Here, what do we want to do? I don't like to fold it, but we have to. And now I'm actually glad I did. I reached the cap of the cash game. How is that possible? Where's my fourth table? Okay, I found it. We will go 1/3. I found it. I found it. We are checking pocket sevens. Pocket threes, clear call. Queen nine, we fold, and we go 6.7 here. We have threes and fours pretty a lot here. So if he bet, we can just raise king deuce as a bluff. It's intuitive, but I like it. We have ace king on the heads up on the super sport. Against this seems like some type of reg tight passive. I didn't play with him ever. He's the new one. And he jams. And we lost all in. He looks super passive. Checking with king deuce. And we will check it on the river. this size doesn't have any sense. You want to block or go with an orbit. This size is complete. And just based on the size, you can just know that the guy is not good. Because which size, if you're having like a Jack X, you want to like block. If you're having like a base Jack X, you want to overbet. If you're having a two pair, you want to overbet. So this size is like complete. He doesn't know what to do, so he bets this size. But immediately it's know that he's not good. We're gonna go with the 3 bet with the king 7 off. A7, we're gonna call. Fold. We're gonna fold for 7 up. We're gonna check raise. Not an often check raise, but from time to time. And we saw that he likes to check behind. Even 2 times hand strong is a ace 9. And we're gonna go small bet on the turn. We have really good calling hand. I was another table on the Super Sport where we jammed there on the river. A7 calling. We're gonna bet all range and the Jack 3 our range is too strong. We're gonna go 5x here. And we're gonna go as or bet here. And we will shove there. He's having a pair with the club. I can just feel it. Ah, King Jack, okay. I thought about hand like tens or eights with the club. We're gonna go 1/3. And if we face a check raise, we will go with a big 3-bet. I think based on dynamic, it is really okay. Just based on the dynamic that we're going into it, and it's pretty shame that that other guys are here because it started to become really interesting. We're gonna go with an overbet 6.4 and delay here. On call on the board, which is really bad for us. For our range, we're just gonna be calling. We will use the normal size when we step. We will be careful. Our step is a rounded king X, so I think we want to use the appropriate size. No overbetting, a lot of checking behind also. We have some two pairs like we had now, but the problem is that we don't have any set. So when it's immediately nuts advantage on his side, by heavily we don't have any nuts. We will need to defend what we have, and we will need to think how majority of our range looks like, and majority of our range of our like higher portion of our range is around that king X. So I wouldn't use an overbet size where I don't have nuts advantage and the turn is brick. Checking behind here. We're just gonna go delay with small size. A lot of hands like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s prefer this size. Checking here, he can still have a jack that didn't block. And on the river, I think we're just gonna go with a block and 1/3 block, like I would play with 8s. I would also put some queen there, hand like queen 10 that we bluffed. So I think we have actually a lot of value in our block, and just this hand feels natural into blocking. When he face, so he reps basically king. He's saying he has a king that to check behind, which is possible. And then I think it's clear that king is strong enough to raise. When we think about our blocking range, how it looks like, a lot of hands that we have, will be under pairs. We're gonna also protect that range with king x hands, with hands like pocket kings. So definitely we'll have some strong hands there, but yep, these hands just feels best in that blocking size based on our blocker and everything. Okay, so we are cut off against a big blind on the 4-7-8 board that he needs to check a lot, and he's betting. He's also on the higher side of betting. I think 8-9 can go both way. Can also be a check raise to deny equity. Checking the river. And we're gonna go with the 4-bet with our ace-10. Against this guy, we're not gonna pay these guys. Queen 3 off, we're gonna fold. Pocket 3s, I'm gonna actually open. I don't know, today is like the worst day on Poker Stars. There's no a lot of tables. I mean, it's late, but I played like last few days and it was I was also playing and mixing a lot of Super Sport table. That's why I didn't make the videos. And on Super Sport there was an L500 action. Really tight. This guy, really tight 3-bet range. It says 9%, but I mean, I just saw like these strong hands. And I'm gonna go 30 on the big blind. We're gonna go 5x. Pocket fives. King 9, another table. And I also wanted to make one video about table image and table dynamics because I think these two terms are so crucial and so underestimated in today's games. Because just based on table dynamics, we will get called with we overbet jam the hand that it's not an overbet jam in the GTO world, and on that line, when it's paired, we're not overbet jamming it. A lot of our hands actually wants to bet like 2/3 on the river because we're gonna have like it's heads up, so our range is wider, and we're gonna have these clubs hand one club hand. I think we want to bet all of them. I think probably check back would be better based on the guy, but because he's passive, he can call like king jack, king queen, queen jack also. He has this under pairs a lot, but yeah, I think we were way too thin there. And the guys, I'm gonna go for thin with probably fish there. Yeah, we're going too thin there, too thin. The guy is really passive. They don't bluff raise near enough, and then yeah, a6 we fold. Ace9 we fold also. Interesting action on Super Sport. And this guy on Uber Tilt gets set over the set. Yeah. So he was on super tilt. And he gets set over set. Insane. We need to check king 3-4. Check call on the flop. Check fold on the flop. I'm gonna actually put this table there. Just because it's more interesting. Because a lot of crazy hands are going on, guys. A lot of crazy hands. And one more table in Super Sport. I need to add myself on the wait lists. Usually here we mix 3-bet and a call. Today is fiesta on Super Sport. We're gonna go 35. When it's 200 blinds, we want to 4-bet 4x. I'll use 3.5 here. And I get timed out there, unfortunately. Today, really a lot of tables on Super Sport. And there is no reg, guys. There is no reg. I mean, this type is maybe some type of the reg, but I just can't call him a reg. He also just showed up. Fold on a check raise with our hand. I would probably block river in this spot. Seven jack in heads up. He needs to call hand like a king 9 here, king 10. To check raise, we have clear fold. On Super Sport, we have in 3-bet pot. I'm gonna go 1/3. And I will add a Super Sport here. Hmm. This guy folds a lot, so he's still calling here like 5, 6, 7, 8, 10s he has. He probably even has jacks in the range here. And he's passive, so checking behind doesn't have. Checking here on doesn't have sense. We also have king, jack, king, 10, jack, 10. I would even bluff some. We have ace 5, that's always a bluff. So we basically want to double barrel here. And we just get the perfect run out. It just can't get better than this. Blocking pocket trees. And I would say this guy just has a queen. He also folds turn a bunch. I would bluff like a king jack here, a king jack of clubs, king jack of spades. Ace king is always a good bluff, blocking ace queen and king queen. So with the ace king, if I don't have a heart, I'm always bluffing. With raise, I think we just go on a showdown. Bet check bet. This guy likes to bluff with the bet check bet. He's like wrapping ace. The thing is that he can bluff better pairs than we're gonna have, like pocket fours. I think a lot of ace X hands just continuing the turn with 1/3. He's not gonna bet 10x or a king or a jack with. So he's saying he has an ace or better. I'm gonna call him here. Okay, he has the nuts. He likes to bluff here and we look weak. His bet check bet is his bet check bet. See, like he bluffs like king high, 5 6, like these hands without equity, and he's actually saying he has a good ace or like decent ace, and a lot of this ace is just gonna continue betting small. Let's see his double barrel. Okay, it's 21. I didn't see this. This would help me make decision because he's and on the third flush he probably checks. Okay, if I saw this I would fold, but if I didn't see it and I saw like two bluffs, that one of is king high, that shouldn't actually be a bluff that often in a spot that he bluffed. Another one is standard bluff with a 6 high that he always had to bluff, and he used this bigger size. And I still think he's gonna do. Let's see if he has a block size also. And he has a lot of 10% of his bets out of position are blocks. And he puts in the blocks also a lot of value. Yeah, against him, I like to call this polar size much more than against other guys. Call for here. We don't want to have Jack 9. He has linear, he's really linear here with call for Ace Jack. But we want to call better hands actually than this. Jack 9 will be also dominated with his Ace Jack off hands that he's using. And we also want to shove against his call for. That's also the thing because we see how wide he is. And still call the hands that prefer that can like that will not be dominated that much. So I'd rather call 4-5 suited, 5-6 suited, and we're gonna go here with the raise. And here actually I'm gonna go. Let's see his donks. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the raise here. Turn I'm gonna bet small, just as an exploit to see. Will not be raised with that small bet. So just as an exploit, and I'll go 12 points. Actually 13 because we're a little deeper. Queen is the worst card there. Ace 5 we're gonna bet. And we're gonna check the turn and check the river. And I'm gonna go with the jam here. The people are super capped here, so I'm just gonna use this fact that they're just super capped and they just don't ever check behind a queen when we're deeper. Even I don't like the play that much. In if we are saying if we are speaking from the optimal strategy, we don't want to jam actually the river. Here we want to really bet hands like nines, like tens, and we want to use like half pot to two-thirds. And this guy will call it easily. I know how he plays. He has like 30 went to showdown against us. He would be calling it really, really easy. And I just know for a fact that he's not balanced. He's not gonna have like any queen X checking. So I can just make this play because this guy will never call anything there. He'll never call an ace high. He wouldn't ever call nines or tens there. So we just still want to play the player. And or he check behind queens and jack 10 8. So he looks to me like tens or jacks. We're just gonna check. We will lose, I think. He should be betting ace king on the flop. Also ace jack. High frequency. C bet. And I'm surprised that he didn't bet it. So yeah, I mean we actually sometimes don't have to jam also queen there in these spots, but I actually also want to see call check check fold is 99. Yeah, that indicate he will just not slow play, especially deep there. He will not gonna have queen x. And I mean we are risking 3x, we're risking a lot, but if he doesn't ever have it, I think it's fine. And also just based on what we play. I know that he's like bluff catching these sizes against me really, really. He's just bluff catching me really, really. With like ace high, he would always call. In these spots, he just bluff catches me, so I think it's fine. I also have an interesting hand I want to write to myself to go through it in bio after I finish. I wasn't sure if I want to bluff it or not. So I'll just write it down. We'll check the turn. Unblock the river. Ace 9, we're gonna fold. Ace is an ace king. The guy bet, which I think is okay because people just raised it jacks and queens a lot. This guy also think he would. And you block the aces, and that's slow played. You also block the topest 10x hands. So I like it. I like the bet. He also used the nice sizes so we can get maximum amount of fold equity on the river. So he played it good. The guy just had aces. I want to see what he would do with hands like 10x that deep, or let's say pocket nines. We are betting and jamming. Ace 3 clear call, big size, which is good. Yep, on this turn we actually fold. Uh, fold some ace x hands. But against him I will call because I just know he on the river doesn't apply pressure from what I see. So he would turn like bluffs here, like pocket 5s, 6s, but he will not execute them on the river from what I see. up against him, I'll fold. And here now we think what we want to do. I think we want to, with this hand, we actually want to, it's not, I mean, it's not a block spot. I think we're gonna have a lot of pocket threes, fours, sixes, and I don't think like pocket threes or fours can block or sixes can block, so it's not the spot we want to block. Think we just want to check because hands like eights and nines will be betting, and he will also have Jack X because a lot of Jack X will be bluffing the flop, like Jack 9, Queen Jack type of hand, Jack 8. So he will have it, and by that we want to check. He just had Ace 9. We're betting Ace King. He shouldn't be having many 8x hands. The 9 is really bad. Queen Jack that he's gonna have off is there. Jack 9, Queen 9. So definitely not good run out. Jack Queen 5 suited, we're gonna open. 12.5 on the fifth table that you don't see. We got aces and we go with the 3-bet big blind versus button. And we got called and the board is 3-6-6. On the big blind we are betting range because our big blind range is polarized. We are lacking hands like ace jack off, king queen off, king jack off. We don't have many of these. We actually have like really low amount of king jack off, or we don't ever have a queen jack off. So definitely, and we'll go half the turn. We would bet range on the jack because jack is super good card for us. Most of our bluffs have a jack, jack 10, jack 9, queen jack, jack 10, and we just shove the river. With aces, yeah, we just jam. He snaps folds. I don't mind actually maybe checking it. Be having a heart and blocking the ace jack. I think we better want to bet with. I think we better want to bet with shove with queens and kings and with the aces with the ace of hearts check. Uh, I feel it would be better like that actually. We got the new table on stars. three sixes. 3-6. We're gonna check and fold to a bet against this guy. We're folding. And we're gonna 3-bet king jack off. Ace 10. We're gonna check. Ace 9. I'm gonna check. 7, 8. We're gonna open. Calling the river here. We're folding everything. Jack 9 we're gonna play. Jack 10 we're gonna 3-bet if the UTG opens. If not, we will open it. Think that's a really nice hand that I also like. I'm gonna use a bigger size on 5, 7, 10. Six and 8 are one of the worst cards, and we do a lot of checking on those. He calls a queen jack here and doesn't bet it on the river. Okay. Queen jack is fold always. So you see how good a bet is on the flop. We get called by the queen jack. King deuce 5. We check. Let's see his strategy. Big blind versus small blind. Fold to c-bet, fold to c-bet versus hero. Bet versus miss c-bet. He stabbed with ace 8 on the deuce deuce 5. He's using a more polarized size. We have clear call. This is his step flop bet turn. think against him we actually can fold the turn. He will be equity driven, and there's no like he will not be stepping 6-7, so he has a gut shot now. And I don't think he's like bluffing with the ace highs here. He did step here, okay, I'm gonna call. He did step in a similar spot with ace high. Pocket sixes are call. He's saying he has a set here. Or a two pair. And it's really hard to have a two pair. He doesn't have king deuce off, king five off, king three off. We block ace four. And we lost the time being there. We're gonna also check strong there as check call. Well, we're also in the time. He did bluff one time. He's just repping. I'm gonna go with bigger size here. He's repping really narrow range of sets, and sets can also overbet the turn. And two pairs that he doesn't have off at all of except the king nine. He just reps it really, really narrow. Check with nines. And these guys also rep after betting turn over bet. We called for bet. He's on the neater side. I will go even less than b20. $27. I'll actually leave this super sport and go with the stars. And I will add one more stars. Jack 5 we're gonna call. Against him, I will fold. In this situation of triple barrel, king 6, we will be folding king deuce also. Here we get the ace king suited. We're going to 3x. On jack 9, we will 3-bet table number 1. He called with kings. One third. I'm gonna actually go with an overbet here. We are still calling 5-6. And we're gonna call 7s there. If he did check, we just have to jam. Against the block. It's a fold. If he checks, we are always jamming it. 10-4, we're gonna fold. 8-9. We're gonna call against him. We're gonna overbet here. 10-5. I'm calling. King Jack off. We're gonna open. A6. We're gonna call. I'm gonna call A6. We have a lot of bluffs on this board. A6 is for sure strong enough to call. And it prefers calling. King 3. We're gonna bet 1/3. We are checking behind the turn. I don't know why he's checking queen. He floated queen 7, which is not a float on 1/3 without the backdoor flush, without anything, and he's checking it on the river. I don't know why. Pretty strange. We're gonna go 21.6 just because it's super drawy. Like we could have like a million of draws through Jack 9, 6, 7, 7, 8, and all of them busted out. I think against 2x he'll bluff catch a lot. So I just think I'm just gonna bluff a lot, and I'm just gonna go with my value with 3x. We want to bluff hand like queen x, like a queen 3, like a queen 6, king 3, no. King jack. Checking behind with the king jack. Pocket fours, we have a big fish on the big blind. Pocket fours, we're folding. I'll go to third. On table number 3, we're gonna go with the squeeze with nines. Tries to be sneaky. He can easily really bet sevens, 6x. Interesting hand on Super Sport, guys. We check raised, we bet pot the turn and rear the nuts and get called. When he calls the turn and folds 70%, he's gonna have it. Oh, I can go like this. I didn't catch what the guy had. But it was snapped. Against the 70%, I'm gonna call king 10. Check, he should be checking range there. High check fold. I'm gonna go small. I'm gonna bet normal size. Eight, nine, we're gonna fold. Queen six. We are raising pocket tens. the new table on the stars. We'll have aces, kings, we'll have ace jack, king jack there. So raising it has sense. I'm gonna call king 10. He's just repping 2-2 polar in there. And with the nuts, he would also check high freak. I'm gonna call with the ace jack. We're gonna continue to call. Don't like it. Usually their donk on the river is on the stronger side. On the flop, a lot of bluffs. On the turn, bluffs to value is more toward value, but some bluffs are there, and on the river, really lacking bluffs. And we got disconnected, I think. It seems. Yep, it seems we got disconnected on stars and on the super sport. And we had pocket kings. We got pocket kings. I could catch a call for bet. And against this guy, I would just jam my kings. Let will look like a flush draw. Tens. The problem is that I lost the super sport. All of the tables, it seems. Okay, I can get back into it. Okay, we will have stars there. Super sport, another table, and that's it. When he used this big of the size, I just know he has it. And look at this on the floor, but he just bets The flop turn was check everything, so I don't see incentive against him to call anything. Anything for of my value range. I mean, I have incentive to call like a flush draw and realize equity, like because he will just have it there. He will have it when he use on the flop this size. He will just have it, and if he doesn't, if he's having like a ace x that he bet like that, he will not bet it on the turn. So with my like against him, let's see the size that he used. You see, he was like almost 40 in position. They just had he always has an overpair when bets like that, and he also like tanked for like a few seconds or pocket fives. We're gonna check behind. Not a super good board for us. And I will go with this bet on the turn. 12.5. I'm going to the value bet. On the super sport we run actually good. We get it in kings versus ace king. What is going on here? I don't think he'll just like turn ace king into bluff now or ace queen. This guy's turning a jack into bluff. Okay. We had queen 10, which is great, great in that spot. Long session, guys. Expect a long session because we are going away and we have clear call here with fives. 13% against button. So it has to be a sample issue. Okay. He was like super polarized on the turn. And ace when he like bets, he's not that great. Hmm. We just like now on the turn we just look like an ace. When you call like this, I mean ace is not that great. You He bet big. He bet 1/3. Okay, then he can probably. I thought he bet bigger on the flop, and then the ace is like really bad for him because he's gonna mostly bet big with nines, tens, jacks, queens, kings. Yep, I misplayed this hand, and there's no way he would bluff over the river here because we just look like ace and we're not folding ace ever. Fives are just fold on turn. We actually block like from the big blind like 4-5, 5-6. Check. Hmm. Poo, poo, poo. Really interesting hand. He doesn't have a polarized range from the big blind because his big blind versus early is 5 versus button is 9. It was king 10. So it against the cutoff it's for sure not the 13 like the HUD showed because it's basically because of the sample, but it's not. So if he's not gonna have a polarized range this turn, if he's linear there and bets big on the flop, I mean it's not a, maybe he is just range betting. Then if he is range betting, then ace is of course like he's gonna bet ace queen, ace king, ace jack, and then it's good. Yep, I just missed the hand. I thought the flop was betting big because on this flop you don't want to have a 1/3 size because with 1/3 size a lot of your overpairs just losing a bunch of value and protection and everything, so you don't want to use 1/3, and he used, so I just assumed that he used the appropriate size. Wow. And I, because of that, I misplayed the hand. It happens, but unfortunately big mistake here, it cost us a lot. We're gonna go one zoom until we find the other table, and on the super sport it slowly, the action is falling through. 8-10 suited, we're gonna open 5-7 also. 8-10 is clear call, and check raise the flop. If he's having polarized range, these flops are betted way more than it should be, and we're gonna go like this. We of course don't know it if he's using polar range or not from the big blind, because if he's seeing like 12%, it's never polarized. And I see Rex having like 12%. This guy has 13%, big blind versus small blind 16, 5. So all of that will not gonna be polarized, and A linear range hits it way better because queen 9 8 you're gonna have a bunch of ace deuce ace 3 ace 4 ace 5 off ace 6 off, king 5 king 6 king 7 off, mixing jack 8 off, so it's not gonna hit very good. King 6 is a call. Let's see what happened there. King queen king jack. We're gonna stab. I think he's gonna have mainly ace-x. So a turn he should be donking. He does. On a big blind we're using like 20% three bet with king jack. Deuces we open. And this is a call here, and we go to 12.5, fold on the flop, and 3 bet. On the big blind we are betting the range on the 997 from the big blind versus button. Polarized range hits it good. Ace jack is a fold in these positions. Ace 4 off. I promised you a longer session, and we will get till the morning, guys. Till the morning lights. We're gonna check raise 6-7 of diamond with the 6 of diamonds. Fortunately, we have to fold there. Ready range, we have king 8 off, we have king 4 suited, pocket fours, we're 3-betting 8s. We are going with a little bigger size. He folds a bunch to a check raise 60%. King 5 I'm folding, and table number 4 jack 9 suited. We are mainly calling jack 9 Here we are opening on the button and fold to 3-bet. Small step, ace-8, call. Turn that is great for our range. Ace-8 is maybe too strong, but on such a good turn we will do it. Queen 9-3, checking behind 6-9. Check. He should be turning pairs into bluff, low pairs. The good news is that he didn't. So good for us. We're gonna go like this. Calling here. Against Mr. Spewy. We will add Super Sport until we have it. Guess this size we're gonna call. I would raise if I have a spade, and this size, I mean, okay, I think mainly, I think it's okay basically, but from what I saw on the Zoom, I just expected. I expected on the Zoom usually when they bet like this, they bet bigger, they rep better hand than a Queen 10. Even I would bet Queen 10, maybe I would mix like 1/3 and bigger size. Let's see how the hand played. His shove is 4 suited, okay. Seven eight, we open. Ace 10, we're gonna bet small. Ace Queen Jack. We can bet small, we can overbet. It's also good. Betting the turn. 1/3. Checking behind the river. We just do a lot of bluffing, that's why I'm betting even on the turn. Ace 10 when a queen hit. He will still can check raise. He only called on the flop, some king 10 is check raising, and like only queen is not that strong enough to check raise. He is lacking full houses, so definitely we can just bet. But generally we want to bet. We want to bet. I mean, with ace 10 we can still hit a gut shot, and it's okay. Check folds a lot on the turn. He's betting probably this board with the range or high freak. And I'm gonna go 1/3 on the turn. This is the fold here. We're gonna see after calling turn how much he folds. Not that much. I think we want to bluff on the 9, on a jack. Here on the brick we just have to give up. Because he's not folding the river after he calls the turn. Yes, we're gonna take these pairs, but when everything bricked, it's not gonna be super good. We leave here, and so we left super sport. Okay. Now we only have 4 tables, and now it's the best to play. We only have 4 tables, and that's it. This is his first 4-bet versus squeeze. Generally, we want to call, but I just think I don't want to immediately jam because I feel he's just gonna have it. We're calling aces. Yeah, he's just gonna have it. Okay, so I just should jam. If he's just gonna have it, then I think the jam is better. And from what I saw, was his first 4-bet against the squeeze. And against us, he will do it wider for value, so I actually like the jam more. We're attributing 7-10. And I'm gonna fold ace-jack without it. And big size on here we want to have. And I will go with it. One zoom and 3 normal tables, guys. Queen 6 we fold. 6, 7 off. Fold, fold. When I get back, guys, we will go strong. I will also do more streaming, and I will invite you all together with me to join me. And yep, it's time. I just feel after I'm back, it's time to get better, to work, to learn, and to crush. I will be playing on iPoker. We'll play 400, and occasionally on stars I want to on the stars. I want to just hold my status, my chest status basically. He calls a 4-bet, rarely calls, and we're going with our strategy of 10.5, B20. You see how they play against B20, so it's super profitable to play B20. This is never, ever, ever a check jam, ever. It's always a check call. And I just hate when he plays hand completely wrong and yeah, and gets it. Completely without sense. And that is what B20 is doing. I'm going to check raise. We're going to bet turn normal size. Checking the river. Getting it in. That is the thing I hate. When he played like that and wins, you played it terribly, terribly and win. You have a clear check call and you're just jamming it without sense. I mean, I'm calling ace king always because they're just like that. I mean, really bad played. And that is what is B20 good. Why would you bet like 1/3 and commit? Because they will made such a big mistake against B10, B20, such a big mistake, and I see like people going 1/3. Why would you go 1/3? I just don't understand why. They immediately jam overpairs, you know, I'll check raise them. So B20, and when they call attack their range, attack it. On the turn, we're gonna bet ace 3. We are now attacking pocket 5, 6s, 3s, deuces, and we're gonna go 22.8 here. Call 4. Then jack, we're gonna call. Again, bored that he shouldn't be betting frequently, but he is. So I bet he would bet like all of the. I think he would bet like all of the overpairs, most of 8x hands also. I would just generally with a flush on this like turn, my size would be 1/3 always. So if he raises there with flushes, just think what we can do when he calls. He need to also call flushes there because generally his range is not that great. and he probably or c bets a lot this board. And if he's fast playing hands there, I think that is a big mistake. Delaying it, opening it here, and bet 1/3 there. Jack is really good for us. We're gonna continue. The rate 10. Pocket 5s we call. We could consider donking here also. But if the guy will see bet a lot, it's better than to check raise. We are firing away 8-10. Fall to check raise 4-10. A7, we're gonna go with a 3-bet. We are betting high frequency on the flop. We can bet range if he's not raising in position. On the turn, we are checking with A7. We are bluffing mostly with hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10. So we want to block a good king, unblock clubs, and these are like our bet. With A7 we just check, mostly check folds. Ace 10 is a clear call on the flop and heads up. It's also stabbing the turn. We'll have King X in checking behind range, and we can value bet Queen. We can value bet Queen X. King 10 is always calling. Good river for our bluffs. 9-10, King 10, King 9. Some Ace 10. 3-7 we're gonna call. Checking there. Has a straight and didn't block, didn't really bet, okay. Mixing sixes. We have to bluff our like lowest pocket pairs. We're gonna also have a lot of pair plus hands like Jack 7, hands like Jack 9, Jack 8, Jack 10. So we'll have decent amount of Jack X hands, and when we think about bluffs, the most obvious ones goes with these pocket pairs. Queen 9 is a fold. Ace 9, I will check raise. We are attributing a lot of ace 10, so ace 9 is one of our better. And now I'm going 1/3. We should be blocking the river, but against him I will bet like this. Blocking or overbetting we should be actually doing. And ace 9 I think fits more into this other range of blocking than overbetting, but I intentionally put it in 2/3 size. We're gonna pot. We are saying we are committed. Pocket sevens we mostly call. Now the sevens are suddenly. Yeah, sixes are better, threes are better. Gonna actually fold until I know more about him. We have 200 hands, but I don't know anything about him. I don't remember him. That's from the Zoom, so checking behind ace king. And I would rather bet like ace queen on the turn than ace king for value, or ace jack. I would rather bet, because when you have ace king, it's less likely he's going to have a king high, and we'll know where the bet would have. He's folding a lot to 3-bet, a lot more than he should. He should be calling through this called 3-bet range 26%, it should be 32. With a king queen we have easy bet. So I will actually lower the size with my 3-bet because he seems to be overfolding to it. It's massive difference actually because he should be having hands like ace 5 off, calling king 9 off, 9 10 off, even jack 9 off should be calling. These are GTO ranges in heads up that I'm talking about here, and when we see like 24 now percent, if it's like around 27, that means he's gonna have king 10 off, jack 10 off, but not king 9 off. And actually the difference is important. And not sure if we were big blind here, probably yet. Probably we did. Ace king is calling always. Donking here, classic donk. Classical donk on the turn and 2/3 on the river. If he's having polarized range, then this board is he's gonna have a lot of air. If he's having linear range, he should be betting range. Poker is just a sick game, you know, so many factors. Let's actually see he's checking behind flop range. Top pair on queen jack on a jack 7-10. Actually big blind versus small blind. We're just gonna check fold the river. Look like nines and tens, but I don't think they are betting it. So I think he reps like a jack X mostly. We are betting jack 10. Yeah, but I think we're just betting. A lot of his like 8, 9, bluff, pocket pairs. So actually I'm just gonna betting for value jack 10. He can also do it with hand like a jack 9. I think queen jack he would bet on the turn. So he looks to me like an 8 and like 8 9 or 7 8. On table number 4 we are check calling aces. And I will block it. Hands like 9 stands, 8 X wants to block. So let's block it. He's now saying he has a jack, so we're gonna go like this. The cool thing is that we could just transfer into bluff some hands like tens where we block a straight. Even it's not that important, he doesn't trap a straight, so we can do it with any pair basically. If we want to, if we think he will overfold to raise. Because I think generally they don't, in this line where we now go over it, they massively overfold. We can call, we can raise back. On the flop, yeah. He gets the ace. He raised it without too much sense. But he gets it. He bets really small on the turn. We could back raise it on the flop. I think it's good because, I mean, he used this small size. Usually they are just size related. Strength of their hands is always reflection of their size, the fish players. So we can just go over it because he can have a lot worse kings, so immediately build a pot. But we don't need that much of protection. That's the key thing there. We don't need it. I don't see like what is idea here with ace 10. Why raising it in position? Okay, maybe he thinks he block ace king. And we're gonna go 1/4, 25%. Small blind calls. Small blind range is consisted of regs, mostly of pocket pairs, some of broadways, and 5/7 is a hand that this guy will have only out of all of our ranges. I'm gonna go with a check behind in a multi-way, and this guy can still like slow play and just call with sets. We are raising for value. They generally these regs are not, and we can easily have a flush here. And these regs are generally their block is not average reg. His block is not well balanced in the terms of having enough of value. Only good regs do it because they did learn and study these spots so they will have better understanding, but every drag will not gonna do it near good enough. I'm gonna go bigger actually here with queens. We are a little deeper. No, king 8. We still played against the small blind. We still play that hand. Cutoff versus middle position is this basically 11%. We see some, okay, we see some ace 10 and some king blockers. Suited ones, okay. Probably really good board for him if he's having this ace 10 off, ace jack off hands. We're gonna go 1/3. Ace 8. I'm gonna call. We're gonna go half turn. Bluffs that we're gonna have will be hand like a king 10, king jack, jack 10, and on the king we're gonna jam most of it. So I will not slow play kings. Even generally kings, we want to check the river, but I would bluff everything here. So all my bluffs I would bluff like jack 9, 4, 5, 5, 6, jack 10, jack 9, like any diamond, any spade that I bluffed, I would just jam on the river. So generally I would jam even here jacks, I would jam tens, so I would jam kings. We're gonna check. Two regs waiting for a game. We are here to give them the game. And I'm gonna go with the check raise with our deuce 6. I'm actually in one way sad that I'm going away on 2 weeks because I'm such a good mood to play and I'm eager to play and I miss the game. I mean, I just really want to. Now, when I started NL 500 on Super Sport this last like month or month and a half, um, and now when I will be to iPoker, I just wanted to immediately play more. And yep, now 2 weeks I will not play. That's why immediately I wanted to buy Prometheus, at least that I can practice, because In 2 weeks is that long time. My opponents can work, can improve, and I will stagnate, and I just can't take a thought that I will stagnate and somebody will get better until I will be like enjoying. So definitely, yep, I will at least few hours a day go in that Prometheus, and it's like multi-way solver that has multi-way. So I will practice like a little bit multi-way pods, and until I get back. And until I get back, guys, it's gonna be like it's gonna be hell of the time. I'm gonna work, play, make content for you. You know, it's always the summer that is, in one way, the game is. It you want it or not, the game is suffering a bit. So by summertime, you just hang out more outside and spend a lot of time away. But yep, in a one way, I actually just wanted to play. I don't like to make poses, especially bigger poses. And we'll be disconnected here. Would he overbet this spot? He shouldn't be, but and we get quads. He has a jack 10, okay. If he's not tripling it, I mean, we are not folding any pair on the turn when the board is ace ace. So jack 10, if it's not bluffing in the reverse, it's not gonna be good. That's the key thing. I'm gonna call it mixing call and three bet, mostly three betting it. But this guy is a fish, so more incentive so we can call. We are following the flop. Against 12%, I'm gonna fold. Fold or four bet. He should be having around 19, 18, 19. He can go to until like 20. This guy is super, super tight. There is no absolute any chance he would bluff this ever. We're gonna go 1/3 here. Queen is super good actually for us because he will not gonna have ace queen off in the range. We should be betting on the flop ace 5 mostly. We're gonna occasionally have a hand like a king 7 and ace queen that check behind. On 10 we have to give up on the 10. And when this type of player calls an overbet. Did we overbet or not? I didn't see it. We should. Hope I did. But I'm not sure. we're gonna go super small. I'm gonna use this. I thought about like jamming over it. It's not bad. We have blockers to full house. But this size is not like any. I'm gonna go like this, and I'm gonna go bigger size here. When he goes polarized, our hand is decent as a call there. We're gonna go pot the river. Or by the turn, I think it's standard. After we donk the flop, we're gonna donk a lot of top pairs which are now trips. We have straights. So 957. I'm gonna go with an orbit here. From what I remember, his range check behind is bad, so I can even do it with this hand. And I'll go on with small orbit on the river. Ace queen, clear call. And we actually now get into the good momentum. This is not great. We are calling, of course, but not great. And the question here is, do we want to turn it into bluff now? I will. I will just put this table on the side if somebody else comes. We have this short table, which I hate, but I just can't play when I see like none. I just can't do it. That's right, guys. I just can't do it. I'm gonna rather check out the Super Sport first and then add one more zoom. Oh, maybe the guy who plays Travolta is here. Maybe we'll play three-way. I'm gonna check behind Queen Jack. And we're just gonna let's see, after calling, yeah, we're just gonna orbit here. We want to attack their checking ranges. Their checking ranges are bad. We want to attack it. And I also include these thin bets. King Jack we call. I'm going to check call 6-7. And we want to block the river. Really, really heavy. When he has bluffs in check raise, but when he pots the turn, he was 3 out of 3 times nuts. And block bet works. You see, it's good to bluff with block bets. 7-8, I'm gonna bet. And we're gonna mark this guy also. And checking behind with ace 10. We're gonna put it in our normal size. We must put it sometimes in the normal size. It's not like every nuts we want to overbet. He had a pure jack. We want to be balanced. We want to have across all sizes value bluffs. That that is the key, guys. So we will be then really tough to play against because if we have it across here, generally I want to go with block or an overbet, but against the fish, I'm just gonna go like this. Play exploitatively with 2/3, and we're gonna bet river half, which I wouldn't do ever against the reg, but against the fish I will. A6. I'm really looking forward after the summer ends. I'm looking forward because now I finally pull like everything in my life now is ready for poker to be in like a main plan because the kids were young and everything and I just couldn't put poker in a main plan. I also had like a lot of other private things that I need to take care, and now it's that all is sorted out. And we're gonna just bet check bet here and with the half pot. We want to attack pocket fives, 8x. Um, so now finally I can just put poker in the main plan, and I can also just concentrate on that, and we will also play bigger limits. So now everything is in a situation where I want it to be, and yeah, super exciting time is in front of us, and I'm glad if you will be on that journey with me because now from 0 to 320 guys on my Discord where we do a lot of learning, talking about hands daily, about strategy, really good stuff, really nice group of guys, really good players. And yep, I'm glad that we did accomplish that. And yep, I just want to keep it keep it up to grow the community, to make the community even better. And you're welcome to be a part of that. Every attribution there is good one and can be significant one. So yeah, you're just welcome to stick with us. Board, when we think about our 3-bet range, is actually decent. And we think about size, I think I'm gonna go around 2/3. Fold there. We have a lot of 8-9 off, 8-10 off. 8-10 is the nuts, and we have the nuts in the range. So definitely we want to bet it. Here we want to raise king queen and ace queen, and let's see his triple barrel. Yes, I'm just gonna raise it. King queen with a spade is raising, and like ace queen is also raising. We are mixing calling and raising. We are going 2.5. This line looks bluffy to a lot of people. Guy gets away with it, and we're gonna mix some like hands like a king jack of backdoor draw, these sort of hands. We are also raising some sets, some flush draws, some backdoors. I think the key, also some ace-x hands are raising because the key actually is to block ace queen, and we really counter the strategy of bet range when you have raising in position. I would use this size also with our value range. We will raise ace jack. Step turn fold versus rate 3 out of 3 time. So against this line we're gonna fold. And we will also check hands like top set. We will have pocket jacks. And when he bets small like this, we have incentive. We have incentive to raise them. The ace jack, I'm gonna jam, it's close. And the new table is also the short one. And we are 4 hours live. We're gonna bet 1/3 on ace king. And we'll continue betting the turn. I think big size is the way to go, to just try to fold him out of the like all of the under pairs. When he raises, we are folding. We want to attack that region, and we still got equity. We can still hit the gut shot if he's having a low ace-x. Let's try the new table. King 8, we're gonna open. 3-5, 1/3 on King 4-7. We're checking behind. We're gonna check behind some King X hands. He donks, which is really, I don't see any logic into it. It's bottom pair flushes, it's heads up, we have it. Actually in position has it more because big blind is three betting decent portion of way of suited hands, so I don't see like any sense in donking. So I would be raising a lot of value in this spot where there is no absolute zero sense for donk. You're donking when your turn range is heavily hitting you and we actually have more flushes, so and we have the strongest flushes. He's three betting a lot of suited aces, so he just can't donk there. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. So I would punish that with raising a lot in position, and we'll be now delaying a lot of queen x in our checkback range. Hands like queen 7, queen 8, all of these hands want to bet the river, will bet like this, like a queen 7, queen 8, king jack. These are the hands that we are repping. King 3, 6, 7, I'm gonna call. Against this size we will call. We will definitely overbet here. Let's see his check check fall, and we're gonna use 3x here. He also, this is his keep c bet and fold river 50. It was a lower, so he will have in the range there a lot of ace x hand that check behind. So we want to be polarized, and I use 3x because also 5-7 and 7-9 got there. So I think the size has a lot of sense to go with the 3x. Two new tables on stars. Unfortunately, it is the short tables, but we will add ourselves on the wait list. Ace 3 is folding. Checking king 10, 8, multi-way. We're not gonna overbet, we're just gonna use the normal size. Ah, we have such a cool hand. I'm gonna actually go over it. And nice river for us. We're gonna go bet. We're gonna use the normal size. He has a two pair, so it's not, it doesn't matter. A lot of our bluffs got there on the river. Against these odds, we're gonna call. And this size is just terrible. To me, he looks like a draw actually. and we'll just show him. We can show in the zoom. Okay. If he checked, I would bet and jam the river. I would bet smaller and jam the river. We're gonna check Jack 10. We want to have it occasionally. And 3-betting here with the ace queen. Step turn bet river. Our hand is actually nice as a bluff catcher. Pocket jacks are really terrible here in this. We're calling Jack 10. This is one of the best bluff catchers into our where we block straights and full houses. So there is no way I will fold this. Even against this guy, which is Alex super step turn bet river. He did bluff here with a king jack with a slight overbet. But this board is a different one. They're like fourth straight got there. Just checking with pocket fours. Pocket eights are calling. Pocket eights are calling the turn. And we're gonna pot the river. Jack is like really high on Jack 9, on Jack 10, and these bluffs. And here I'm gonna call with pocket eights. I think the 10 would bet bigger. He value bets or bluffs, we don't know. On the jack we have to bluff, basically. We maybe want to overbet or like a normal size. It is on us, but we have a 9 high and really a lot of hands like jack 7, jack 9, jack 10. I would be double barreling. And yep. We're gonna block. And we're gonna block. Checking back ace 9. I should be folding this jack 10 again after betting turn. Okay, this guy actually has bluffs in that line after checking. After check raise. So actually against him, I think it's okay. But the problem is on the board. The board is the problem. We're gonna go pot, and we're gonna go over bet here. And over bet jam. He will check behind massive amount of ace 3 off, ace 4 off, ace 7 off. Come on, call. Too bad. Checking behind. Even like this is super good for us. I'm gonna bluff the hand I shouldn't be bluffing. But on the button we have so many 8x hands. And he looks to me like a weak hand, like a 9-10 or a jack x. Actually think we are good there. He can, yeah, we're just really betting here with the 4-6. Wow, look at this. 4-bet range, 13. Calling mostly. And when he checks, we were gonna bet king jack. When they check there, they don't have anything. And we still have these pairs that needs protection. And here we're gonna go 10. Okay, I can complain. We have Zoom, we have regular tables, we have heads up. We are mixing it all today. Pocket fours, we're calling. We are occasionally. I'm gonna go with the four bet this hand. Jack 9, Queen 9, and King 9 are four betted around 25% of time. We shouldn't be raising much often here on this flop. I think we want to block. And a good old queen 5 into bluff. You see how it's crucial you have it across all sizes. Queen 5. Mainly calling with the and calling here. Normal size, guys. We're gonna put our full house in the normal size. He looks to me like pocket 5, 6s, 4s, and 9 is good. We want to really bet 9. We're gonna go bigger this time. Jamming the river. 7-10. 7-10. 7-9-3 jack. He checks behind. We're gonna check. And we're gonna check here also. And we're gonna go over bet on table number 4. Nice raise with 7x. 4-7 is calling always. Overbet pot. We can call without anything. Just checking. King Jack. Queen 7. We're gonna call. If we folded more to these nits that we call it pretty light in few occasions, we would have a really good session. On the Super Sport we had really good, but here we did misplay some hands. We're double barreling Queen 6 for sure. Too good turn to not turn our bottom pair into bluff. Pocket 5s. I'm gonna bet King 6 deuce. And we'll check it behind mostly. We'll still bluff some 3s and 4s, but we win against ace queen here. And our lowest pocket pairs we can sometimes bluff with the heart. Just use our advantage. But 5s are like clear check. We win against a lot of ace queen off hands, ace jack. 4-7 off. Uh, we are against the fish. Ace 9, okay. Ace 9 of diamonds. He had a flush draw. All good. We're gonna ISO this and we're gonna go calling pocket sixes. And I'm gonna go over bet here on the river B150. Table number 1, we have fold. Nothing we can say about it. Clear fold. Always. On 7-4-3 we're gonna check a lot. And we will not bet ace jack. We want to bet queen jack suited, queen 10, jack 10. This type of hands. 9-10. Ace 5, ace 6. Even ace 9 is reasonable. I don't know what he reps on the turn. Basically nothing. Hmm. I think ace 9 is just a check. And mainly a check fold. Even like check raise, I don't mind. Ace 8. Ace king we lose. We actually started to have a nice dynamic, guys. Why did he leave? Ace 8, nice value bet. We did a get call by pocket trees. We started to have really nice dynamic and it was super fun and the guy just left, unfortunately. We're gonna go here and fall there and we have immediately a fish coming on the table. We were on the wait list to other one. Four and a half hours. 4.5 hours. Time really flies when you're having fun. We're gonna go to 12.5. It's his call from the UTG. And from the UTG, I'm gonna go 1/3. Over against the button, I'm polarized, but here because of my 3 betting range, I'm gonna go with 1/3 and check the turn. We're gonna have queen 10, we're gonna have king 10, we're gonna even have a jack 10, so we're gonna have decent amount of it. He just turned the queen there. Unfortunate. We just can't fold the turn. Even the guy is super needy. And we should be folding against him. Even if it's never a fold. Because this guy will never ever bluff with a hand like a jack 10 there. Yeah, but still, I think our hand it just has to call the turn. But I need to start just folding over GTO against this guy. This type of look at his stab in position. It's disgusting. I just think it would be way good if I just start folding against them because he will just not gonna have bluffs and he's not value betting worse than here and he's not even betting ace king with this size. Okay. I'm gonna check behind ace king with heart against a guy that's having really narrow three betting range. Um, he called a 4-bet. We're gonna be. I don't know what this means, but we have a clear call. I don't think he's now betting like queens, and I think he has nines. So this can be like induce with hands like pocket tens, but with ace king gonna call or ace king to go to showdown. A7 we're gonna call with a club. Checking behind. We want to have some flushes in check behind range. This is not great when they block. We have clear call with a7. He hit at the 10. Not great. Not great. We are mostly calling ace queen off against the middle position. Checking a lot on do 6-6 from small blind versus big blind. Ace queen feels good as a check. Ace queen call. And now we can just value bet our ace queen. A lot of 7x should be stabbing the flop. So value betting it. He still should having king 10 off. It's cut off, not middle position. So I'm gonna call. He should be having this like king 10 off, jack 10 off. They're gonna bet the flop and bet the turn, and the mm, river is not great. But I think this will just get away with a lot that like bluff the turn, king 10, queen 10, jack 10. And I don't think he can value bet those. But with this size, he maybe can. We're gonna go with tens. King jack 5, checking tens, 58% of range. Block the river. Ace 4. Against the 2x, I'm gonna call against probably a fish, but we face a raise. Ace 9 fold 3 6 also. Against 2.5, I'm basically calling everything. We're gonna stab the flop. I think we want to play deep in position as much as possible. We're gonna go big. We're gonna go 27.3. And we get a massive one, guys. 200 blinds. He jammed. My strategy there is to only have a call range of the 4 bet. Against 9.5, 4.8, I'm gonna fold. Pretty good hand. So my strategy there, guys, is to have a only call range of the 4 bet between 150 and 300 blinds. Or like 150 to 250, I think. Because when you're like over it, like 300, you want to have a 5 bet range generally. And your 5 bet range will be similar to a 4 bet range in these games, like a little tighter, but you still gonna have this type of bluffs like ace queen, like king queen suited, ace bluff, ace jack suited, ace 10 suited. So yep. King 9 we fold. Ace king suited. We are 3-betting. We are just opening. So the zoom is going the best out of all tables. Who would have think of that? Even I did already collect around around I mean around 25k hands on Zoom, and I played mainly one table after 3 a.m. So I'm not a fan of it. Still, don't like it. I like it when the pool is like 20 players, then it's okay. But when it's like 50 or 100, or I don't like it that much. We're gonna mainly call against this size. He goes pot and then goes half pot. So if you're polarized on the flop, why? I mean, turn is basically a brick. I'm gonna go like raise 68. Our bluff will be mainly with the blocker, and we're gonna have a6, ace5, ace10. Queen 10. Queen 10. We have our value range fours, King 4, King Jack. I think we want to raise sometimes. Against a bigger size, I usually don't like to raise it. Yeah, but I'm gonna do it now. We also have King Queen, so our range is like King Queen. We have King Jack, King 4. We have King Jack off, so that's great. We have pocket fours, and on the turn, I think all of these hands still won't prefer a bet. Pocket fours, Queen 10, King 4 can't. King Jack is on the urge, but he still can. Ace Queen is 4 bet call by the ranges. He's basically saying he has a King Queen or King Jack with that side. King 7 is like always a block. We're gonna call 7-8. We have a big fish on the big blind, and we have also fish here on the small blind. Against this mergy size, when he actually probably puts like all the kick X, we want to raise raise the turn and a little bit of, because this is the spot high frequency and I check behind, he can actually do it. But it looks so bad, and I mark him as a good reg. Uh, it's I think from the cache, from the entities, because we didn't play on the regular tables at all, and from what I see in the cache, he's sub-average, below average for sure. So doesn't have sense to go like you want to go. Mostly, I think his hand is like a block. Maybe he's not using that strategy. I don't know. Checking with the ace king and king queen. Yeah, I will bluff it. We have pocket fours, we have pocket nines. We want to fold out hand like ace four. Okay, ace four no, but ace jack, ace three. Ace four is straight. We will not fold out that. Let's see his check raise here. I'm calling with the backdoors and two overs. He's check raising 17% and his calling range is like 40, so he's gonna have like many suited hands and probably even hands like on the flop, hands like ace 3 off, maybe with a gacha to raise deuce. He's calling around 42 and 3 betting gates of around 50% of hands, so he's gonna have this off ace x hands, maybe with a heart that can check raise as a bluff, and with our hand, with our blockers. And we're gonna go with an overbet here. We are all betting now every good king, king queen, king jack. And we actually got into the new table. So we're gonna leave the zoom. We're gonna leave the zoom. I'm gonna go half on paired and going like this. Even it's a shame to leave the zoom. I mean, the games are so good. 700 blinds. We get into the good table there. I will just keep zoom because suddenly this guy has 10 blinds. And when I see 10 blinds, I just can't play. The guy that played 9-9 is like the worst possible play I ever see. Nines are never raised on the flop. On the flop that you have such a heavy disadvantage. You can raise like queens. And what was that call? And then don't shove the turn. I never saw like hand that played so bad as this hand. Really, really bad played. So guys, 4 hours 45 minutes. We had a really interesting hand here against the fish. Really, really interesting hand. I decided to jam, but it was close. But he is sticky on the turn. We are bluffing the turn, of course, with our hand. And on the river, it gets interesting with 3 of clubs. I just feel he's gonna do a lot of hands like 8s and 9s and hands like a jack X or 10 like a queen 10 that will continue, but I would think they will fold the river. I just felt because he's sticky on the turn. Uh, to me, looks like a lot of like queens, or he looks a lot like a queens. And if we get bet and get jammed on, it's really bad to fold out the hand of this equity. So I'm gonna check and just check behind. Now we win against a hand like a queen 10. with against the pocket 8, so we're gonna just check 8 9. With 8s we are calling for bet. Block the river. He had his king. Pocket 3s. I should have just checked what his... Ah, this was actually his first block then, okay. To me looked like a queen, because this like other pairs doesn't have... You would want to bluff them or not block them. Okay, jack 9. Can still fold. I'm gonna call with this much equity. We're gonna check raise a hand that we don't mind if we get jammed on, that we can easily fold, like 7-9. But here against this we're blocking the river, and we have also one block on other table. I finally got into the table, but now I'm like, I don't want to leave zone. Queen deuce is a fold on the turn, always. We block bluffs. We just check fold the river. King 4 we fold. Mixing a 3-bet also. Pocket 9 we check. Check on the turn. Calling delay. I think all of the draws he actually bets on the flop. 85% c-bet. Think he bets everything on the flop. Pocket jacks. think we should go like 24.5. Think we made mistake. Jamming with aces. And again we run into kings. Good day. Good day today. Finally we get something back. In last few sessions I lost like ace king suited to aces like 10 times. So I'm glad to get this back. Against him we fold. Eight, 10, calling mostly. Really good. And I'm gonna actually go into the overbet 2x. We're gonna delay king queen. On this board we have low c-bet frequency, so we still hang out with all of these or pairs. I know, guys, it's been over. I mean, over 5 hours now it will be, but I just wanted to give you. You can just divide the watching and uh, watch it a few times if you get boring. But I just wanted to leave you before I'm gone. Just something you can watch and try to give you a good content. I played my best, tried to explain my thought process. Yes, I made mistakes today. I know, and calling 10 jack, value betting. He get us there. We're gonna go 82. We're gonna stick in the normal size. Block the river here. Eight, 10 off. We're gonna open. Pocket fives. I'm gonna fold. King 5 we are calling. Jack 3 3 we're gonna call 1/3. Check behind. Fold versus delay. New tables are suddenly appearing, regular ones. Again, 7% of 3-bet. We want to exploit the shit out of him by folding everything. Because strategy of 3-bet, big blind versus button of 7% is a crime. He should be like arrested for it, and I will not pay him. Jack 3, we're opening ace 5, we're gonna fold. Checking. We are calling. This board is super bad for us. Super bad board for our range. I don't know what this is, but I don't think he's like having, maybe tens and jacks can play like this. I'm just not seeing value here to play like this. And we also have a gut shot. Okay, he got us there. I mean, such idiotic play that I don't know what to say. Such an idiotic play with aces that I don't know what to say. Okay. And I don't know him, but that like decent reg would never do anything about like that. You want to give yourself opportunity to bluff hands like ace 10, king 10, key. All of these hands off you have as a bluff for bet. After check check. After check check bet small. Okay, it's king is calling. Too good to bluff, too weak to do anything. Too weak to like turn it into, too good to turn it into bluff. We can fold it. What was the nickname of that guy? Clicky. So he bets like 1/4 here and go with the overbet shove there. I just can't believe it. If I'm playing regular tables with him, give me like 2 days to have notes and he would lose like million big BBs at 100. Because what you're gonna do, if I would write this note here about it, he overbet jams the overpair there. And whenever he bets like 1/3, what is his range then on a turn? So what would you do with the ace 10 there or king jack off if you're jamming aces? Aces that absolutely doesn't have any protection whatsoever. And I also saw that they are doing that, like not in this concrete spot, but like in 3-bet pots, they bet flop like deuce 5 and the turn is 8 and they overbet jam with kings. I saw that, and but this is like completely different. Um, gonna really bet jack 10. This is still completely different situation. Really tilted. We've been guys over 5 hours now. Over 5 hours. I'm gonna actually conclude the video. It's 4:30 a.m. I think we had two decent sessions. On the super sport and on it. I I tried to before I leave to play more on iPoker. I tried to get to the 10 BBs on stars. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. Uh, I didn't succeed, but yeah, we are on almost 700,000 hands. This is our result now, and majority of this has played in last 1 year and 2 months. Like 90% of hands has been played. So we are 9.12 BBs. This is our conclusion on stars. I will still play sometimes, but not that much because my new account is also ready on iPoker, and I was also thinking about maybe playing on 888 because there's NL 500 and Rayback is 50% of Rayback. So yep, I wanted to like finish the stars with 10 BBs and go to iPoker or any other, but it it wasn't meant to be. Guys, once more, I want to thank you for your time. 5 hours. It's now getting really early, and I need to prepare for tomorrow. I'm traveling. Uh, I'm not going to be here next 2 weeks, and I will not be able to put any content. But after that, we're gonna just I'm gonna be trying to be more active, trying to stream a little bit so we can talk about in live play, and yeah, we can just have a better interaction than on video. And yeah, that's it. If you didn't join the Discord, if you like the content, like it, because then the channel can grow and we can get more people on Discord, and I will then for sure have a better motivation and more motivation to doing more videos, more strategy videos, like range research, something similar to, but going through strategy and solvers uh, into a spot that I think are super good, and you can exploit people in this situation really good. So it's on you. If you think it's good, let me know, and I will be for sure giving my best to give you that content. See you in 2 weeks, guys.